Yes. Okay. What we're gonna do this time is we're gonna work on. We've got the server running. We've got multiple clients that can connect to the server at the same time. We can send and receive information, but one problem now is that while we can send strings, which is great, we're not actually going to be sending strings of messages back and forth. We're going to be sending JSON, right? Because on the front end, we're going to have JavaScript objects. We're going to want to write those to JSON, send that to the server. We need to then take that from the server, convert it from JSON to a C++ struct. And then we need to go the other way around from a C++ struct to JSON to a JavaScript object. Now, I'm sure there's a library out there that does this, but again, we're going to do this ourselves. So how are we going to do this? What we're going to have, don't need to include anything new here. No. Struct JSON, and what we're going to have is a string stream, and then a vector of booleans, because we're going to need to keep track of. That's to know if we have to put a comma separating all the elements of the JSON data. So as an example, I'm just going to jump over to. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to jump over to main. And as an example, here we're going to have something like. Actually, it would be here. Here we're going to have something like struct person. And we could have the name of the person is alive. Age. We could have a vector. Let's say we have something like this in our data, right? We're gonna want to write that data out. So on connect, we say client connected. When we get a socket message, so actually, let's do something different here. When we get a connection to a client, let's send data out to the client. Now I'm worried that's not gonna work. Yeah, I'm worried that's not gonna work. Okay, let's just take a look here. Let's go back to Fenrir on socket. Yep. Okay. Right, okay, so if we didn't have a handshake, do the handshake if we're successful. Engage the lock, do this. So on connect, well, if we want to send out a message on connect, we're going to want to send a message, and that message won't have the global mutex, that's for the callbacks. but it will try to call. Oh no, right, we've already unlocked it. We've already unlocked the socket because now it's just this. You can do whatever you want. We've unlocked the socket, and we know we can't receive data. So not okay. We're good to go here. We're good to go here. Can I just jump back? Boom. There you go. So we're gonna change things a bit here. I'm still gonna say client connected, but now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say Fenrir send message, not send message. I think it's just gonna be send. Maybe send JSON. Maybe send JSON, although I'm not sure that's gonna work because we're gonna have to have a template. And if we're defining that thing here, it's not gonna know about that struct. Yes, okay, that might be a problem. Yeah, I think what we'd have to do, okay, I think what we'd have to do is not have this here. Okay, we can worry about this later. So, yeah, we can worry about this later. So, we'd say to JSON. Okay, so let's do a bit more here. So what we're gonna have here is we have a person, and we could set the name to be till. Oh. Yeah. That's not real, by the way. I could even, there you go. Well, let's just do something to throw everybody off. Yeah. Yes, okay. And then we have a job. Yeah. Let's say, right, it's a double. Yeah, and then let's let's right, and then this one title is, I don't know, let's say job B. The hours are right. So let's say wait a minute, hold on here. There you go. Okay, so this is the idea. We're gonna have some kind of C++ data. We're gonna want to write this out. So Fenrir to JSON person. Right, and then we'd say, for now, we'll just call our send message to this socket, and it's JSON string and the string, right? So that's how we would do that. So to JSON, and then yeah. Okay, so we need to do this to JSON in Fenrir. So how is this going to work? To JSON, some type. Right. Is this big enough? Yeah. Okay, so yes. To JSON, we have that thing. Is this going to be a problem? This might be a problem. Okay, for now, let's just, as a test, let's just do this. Let's just do that as a test, right? And then, yeah. So let's just do this as a test, and let's see if this works. Do we have any issues? Yeah, it should be jobs, not job. And then another thing too is we're not going to do this anymore. So once we connect, we send out this data, and then when we get data, we're just going to display it. Okay, so connected to server, message received. Hey, okay, that's good. Yes. Okay. That's good. Why was I worried that wouldn't work? I was worried that wouldn't work because no, yeah, that's I don't know why I thought that wouldn't work. That's fine. So actually we could go one step further here. Yeah, we could go one step further. Couldn't we just, we could just do this here. JSON, and we'll, so you might be wondering, why do we have this JSON struct? What's the point of this? It's because I need to keep track of where I am in the hierarchy of the JSON object, because I'm gonna have to put commas, right? So I need to know, do I need to put a comma or not? So I need to know if we're at the first element or or the nth element inside of this JSON object. So if we did JSON stream to str, so then we wouldn't have to do this. How did this even work? Because I didn't say Fenrir. Brief pause. Okay. How did this work? Because I was calling to JSON without even yeah, like what I'm doing here, to JSON, it should be Fenrir to JSON, right? How is this working? To JSON person, just gonna give me a string, and then if we go to here, Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens here. Oh, yes. Okay. So, okay, I think we're good. I think we're still good to go here. Okay, so let's go back to, back to this here. So we don't actually want to do this. What we want to do is, so we have this JSON, right? What we're going to want to do here, JSON first in place back true, right? Because the first element inside of that JSON element, like the first field, is going to be the first one. So it first is true. Now we do that, and then we're going to want to say to JSON, pass that thing in. Hold on, I'm confusing myself here. Okay, hold on. Let me add something I know we need for search. So to JSON begin. So we're gonna have JSON begin, and what that is it's just JSON stream, right? JSON begin, JSON end. Why do I need this? Because we're going to have to specify that elsewhere. So this is what we're going to have. If we go up here, we're going to have to specify, right? We're going to have, for example here, we're going to have to JSON for each struct. We're going to have to specify. I know this is going to be kind of a pain in the ass because we have to do this for each struct, but that's what it takes. For each struct, we're going to have to specify how to convert that struct to JSON, and then we're also going to have how do we can go from JSON to that struct. So going to JSON, we're going to say JSON begin, right? And then we could just use Fenrir so we don't have to say Fenrir every time, but JSON begin, JSON end, and then we're gonna want to say to JSON. Yes, okay, to JSON. I'm worried this isn't gonna work. I'm gonna run into a situation where the compiler is not gonna know about struct definition. To JSON person.name, and then right, but we need to be explicit here. It doesn't, there's no way to get C++ to know what these field names are. Again, this is why I can't wait for Jai to come out, because with Jai it's going to be trivial to do this kind of stuff. So we got that. Now when we say, so this is a string, this is a bool, this is an int, this is a vector. So and okay, so I'll implement again, we're going to put this in. Title is job.title, right? And then to JSON. That's not too bad to do, right? Yes, you have to be explicit here and do all this stuff, but that's not that bad, right? Right? That's not that bad. That's not that bad. So okay, now if we go to Fenrir, we're gonna have to specify these things, right? So we have to JSON. We're gonna need so we're gonna then have to JSON. Doesn't have to be const, but yeah, it doesn't have to be const, but whatever. So we're gonna have to JSON for all these things, right? Like a string. So what do? JSON stream. What do we do? Well, we have to put quotes, the value, and then close quotes, right? That's that. If we have a bool, right? If we have a boolean, and then we have an int, I may change this later, the int and the double, but so what do we do here? JSON stream. It's just a value. The value is an int. Bool. Well, if it's true, then we say true, otherwise we say false. And these are gonna have to be I'm sure there's a fast way to do this in Vim that I'm just not aware of. Yeah, maybe I could do something like this. Hold on, let me try something here. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Right? String, bool, int, double. Okay. Now, so that's fine. When they're just primitive data types, you just write them out. Oh, hold on. We have another thing to write here. So to JSON. This is going to be another template, right? So, okay. So this is what happens. We come in here, we set that to true, and then we say to JSON like that, right? Right? So to JSON, what do we do here? Well, to JSON, this is the name of the field, right? What are we gonna do? Well, for sure, we're gonna have quotes, the name of the field, right? Quote, colon, space, right? The name in quotes. I'm not going to worry about tab because we're just sending this information back and forth over the network. It doesn't have to be perfectly readable, so I'm not going to put any tabs or anything. Yes. And then we say to JSON, pass in the JSON and the type T, right? Now, once you put a name there, name colon, you're at the beginning of a new thing. So we say JSON first and place back, true. And then at the end, first dot pop back. We remove it, whatever that is, right? It's going to be a stack, keeping track of where we are. This is also going to be templated. Yeah. When you have a vector type T. So, primitive data types, we just do that, and then we'll pop it off the stack. We're good, okay. But when it's something like a vector, for example, well, a vector, what do we do? Well, JSON. We have this. We're going to end it with this, right? And then I'm going to do this. Y greater than 0, what are we doing? We're putting a comma, right? And we're writing to JSON. So we have our thing, we put our brackets, and then we write up whatever these, it's a vector of T. We're going to say to JSON, and then value at index I. We're also going to do this and this, right? Because we don't know what this type is. It could be an object, or it could be just a primitive type, right? So true to JSON, that value, and then pop it back. When do we actually use first, right? When do we actually use first? We use it, okay, string bool int double, and then this is just a JSON like that. We use it when we do it here. We do it here. So we check if JSON.first.back. So if we look at the top of the stack, which is the end of the vector, if first is true at the end, then it's the first one. So we don't put a comma, right? If it is, if it's not true, if it's not the first one, then we put a comma, right? It's not the first one, put a comma. Yeah. Because you'll have the thing, comma. Yeah. Yep. Now, if it is the first, we don't put a comma, but then it's no longer the first. So JSON.first. The last one, it's no longer first. Not right. Okay, let's see if this makes any sense here. Holy fuck, it compiled. Okay. Okay. Holy shit. No bugs. Really? So it's very small here. Can I zoom this in? Yes, I can. So I'll move it up here. There you go. So we have name till is alive, true, age 78. Jobs. We have, it's a list, right? So title, job A, hours 40.3, job B, hours 20. So our int is showing as an int, and then our double showing as a double. And then it's cutting off the rest, so I can't actually show that part. Oh no, it's not cutting off the rest, it's just not writing that out. So we have jobs. Oh no, that's the end of it. Hello there, right? And then we send this message back. So not that much work, right? Not that much work. Really all you have to do when you're using Fenrir is implement this, right? This and this guy, right? All we have to do is implement these guys. That's not that bad. Times 2 because we have to now say how do you read from JSON. So writing to JSON, we do it this way. Writing from JSON is another thing. Reading from JSON is another thing. But that's not bad. We define this for each of our structs, and then we want to send a message. We just say this. Okay, let's change this now. I don't want to say send message because we're not actually sending messages. We're sending. Really, we're sending. It's always going to be JSON. So I think it should just be Fenrir send. Yeah, I think it should just be Fenrir send the socket and then the JSON data, right? So Fenrir, or maybe not even, maybe we don't even need to do any of this, and we could just say, person. Right? Maybe send is a templated method. Fenrir send, and then we just pass in the struct, and in Fenrir we say send message. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like that. I don't really like that. Fenrir send. Okay, Fenrir send, and it's just a string, and we say to JSON, and we just say what we normally do, right? So send, and then to JSON. It's just a JSON string. You could just pass in any string you want, but it should be that. Okay. So all we did really is change the function name. So let's rename this send message. Just send. How do I do this? No. Yeah. So send and then the message. All right, we'll keep it as message. So we have two JSON. So string, bool, int, double. I think that's it, right? Vector, and then this is where you actually say to JSON the name of the field. JSON thing. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good here. This is a good start. Yeah, that's pretty easy. So on connect, we're gonna send this JSON data, and now let's actually see if we can. Let's actually take this JSON data from the socket, and use it as an actual JavaScript object. So, so here we have our socket, which immediately starts the connection on error, on open, on message, on close. So this is on message. So when we receive a message, so right now we just say .data. Instead, what we would do is I'm gonna want to convert that to it's just a string, so we want to go from string to object. I think it's just parse. JSON.parse. Yeah. Okay. Parse our data. Call it data. And then I'll say message received. I'm not sure if that will be okay or not. Yeah, it's just gonna say it like that. Okay. What I'll do is I'm just gonna say message received, and then we'll log this. Boom. There it is, man. There it is. So we can send JSON back to the front end. Why? Well, because it's easier. JavaScript likes JSON, so we send JSON back, so we don't have to do anything on the front end. So that's good. Now let's send that data. Let's send that same data back to the front end. So I think is it JSON stringify? Yeah, JSON stringify. So we do the other thing. So when we receive a message, we do that. And now what I haven't, oh yeah, I've already sent it. So send JSON.stringify the data. Send that right back. When we connect to the server. I'm not gonna send a message anymore. We're just gonna connect to the server. Message received. And what does the server get? Boom. The server gets JSON. Name. Oh, this might be a bug. What is this? 4 equals. Oh, no. This is the socket ID. Message socket 4 JSON. Now let's do the other way around. Let's go from from a JSON string to a C++ struct. Okay. Let's do that. How are we going to want to do this here? Well, on socket message, so we get the message here. What we're going to want to do, I know it's a person. Now, so the way this is actually going to work is I'm going to actually have packets. I'm going to be passing back packet information, and I'm going to know the packet type, which will tell me exactly which struct it's going to be. So I'm going to know that. And so actually, let's go up here. Let's go up to here. We have 2 JSON. It's going to be the same thing, just it's going to be a little bit different. From JSON. I just realized that writing it to a string is trivial. Parsing is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. So okay, I need to go back here. Fenrir from JSON, and then we take the message. So we have a message that is a string on socket message. So from JSON, I think I would call it data instead of message. Yeah. I'm gonna call this data. So in this case we know it's a person, so we just say from JSON, the data. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So back to Fenrir. It's gonna be similar to what we're doing. It's not formatted. Yeah, it's not formatted. I'm going to be sending it out the same way. I'm not going to be putting spaces or anything like I have now. I'm going to take that out. It's just going to be just... Because it's not formatted, there's no tabs or spaces, this actually will be easier to parse. But man, this is still going to be a pain in the ass to parse. String parsing in C++ on its own is a bit of a pain in the ass. I have my own string library to deal with that stuff, but I don't really want to have to use that here. From JSON. Wait, what? From JSON, the data, and then from JSON, the data, and then that. Yeah. Data, and then some reference to some type, right? Some type. So we have some JSON string, and I want to convert it to this type. So from JSON. How do we do this? Well, we're going to want to parse it out. So I think we're going to break it down into the same thing as before. So we would read the first character if the first character how do you parse this? Well, look at the first character. It's a curly brace, so we know it's an object. So then we're going to... Yeah, but the problem... Okay, this is gonna be. I didn't think about this, so I've been thinking about going from the struct to JSON, um, but going the other way around is going to be quite a bit different here, because we can just parse it out, right? We have a curly brace, so we know we're in an object, and then we read name till, so we can have a mapping like that of everything. But the problem is that, like, when we get to jobs, for example, I just realized this is pretty small too. There. I don't think it's always going to open up that side, but so we have jobs. Well, it's a vector, so we go through and we read. The problem is, like, I don't know, that's a job object. Okay, I think we're gonna have to be. It's not gonna be as automated when we read. When we read, because we know it's a person, we're gonna have to tell it, okay. Two options. We could either have it explicitly read everything we want. So because we know it's a person, we say, okay, read the first. Well, technically the order. No, the order will always be note. So we could say, like, okay, read name, and we know this is a string. Read this, and we know it's a true. Read age, we know it's this. Read jobs, it's a vector, where each one we know is a job, so it has this and this. We could do that. Or we could have it so that when you read it, it will just read the JSON string, parse it into a mapping. So we have a map, right? Key value pairs for each thing in the map, right? It passes that back. So regardless of what it is, it passes the mapping back. Then you extract the data from the map. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So in that case, we don't need this, and then we have the data, and then we have an unordered map, right? Or instead of this, from JSON for the data. To JSON, to a JSON string, from JSON song, from a JSON string. This is what you want, but yeah, So okay, let's do that. So we're parsing a JSON string. How do we do that? How do we do that? So we read the first character. Is it a curly brace? It's gonna be recursive, right? Yeah. Then we're gonna read. Hold on. Actually, I think C++. I wrote my own string library and then found out later that C++ actually had a library to do all this stuff. I don't remember which one it is. Yeah, come on, man. No, there was the library that did this. Is it string view? I had seen it somewhere where there was an easy way to split. It had a bunch of functions in it. I thought I had seen something in the standard library for string splitting, but I might be wrong about that. I thought I'd seen like somebody do split. Okay, I guess not. So what I'm probably gonna be doing, because I don't have to reinvent the wheel here and rewrite all that string manipulation stuff, is I would just use my own string library methods to do that stuff. Okay, so here we are. Didn't think it would come to this, but here we are. I'd like to do this in a way where I don't have to store temporary strings. So let's forget about the initial curly braces. We're in an object. Curly brace, so we're in an object. Now we say from JSON or parse JSON. To JSON. From JSON. So we're in an object. So now, okay, we're in an object. Can I reuse my JSON thing? I might reuse this JSON object, this JSON struct here. Because we need to keep track of where we are in the... I'm going to try to do this without having to extract parts of the string until I need them. The original string is kept where it is. So you have to keep track of where we're at in the string, right? So the string index. So from JSON we have the data, so we check if data index is where we're reading at. If it's equal to this, then if it's equal to this, then what we're about to read now is an object, and because we've read that, we need to increment it. So at data at that index and then increment it. Okay, so we're in an object. So now we're in an object, so we're gonna read all of the fields. So the first thing we're expecting is, I'm gonna write this in a way where we're expecting valid JSON here, because we're talking to our own client. We're not gonna expect it to start fucking around with us. So first thing should be a quote, and then we're gonna keep reading. So the first thing should be a quote. So I'm just gonna ignore the quote. We can always come back and add validation later. I'm just gonna ignore the quote, so we're gonna move the index by 1 here. And then we're gonna, so the index is where we're at, and then we're gonna have a start index as well. So I'm gonna set the start index to be the index where we're at. So index, move the index. So the index is at the quote, move the index over. We're now at the first character in the name of the field. Start index is there. And now we're going to iterate over each one until we get to, technically this whole thing can be done in a for loop, but it'd be a lot more complicated, I think. So we're gonna iterate over. So so what are we gonna do? We're gonna keep going until we see a quote, and then we know we're done. So I'm not gonna handle the case where we have a quote inside of a string. I'm not gonna handle that, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so. So, okay, we're gonna read all the characters until we get to, so while, so we check if data at the index equals a quote, then that's it, right? Once we get to another quote, we're finished. So actually we could do this here. While data at that index is not equal to quote, so we have the index there, that's our start index. While data at that index is not a quote, we keep going. What do we do when we keep going? I'm just going to increment the index, right? Increment the index. So we go to the next one. It's not a quote, it's not a quote, it's not a quote. We get to increment the index. Now it is a quote. So we have the start index. Remember where we started. We have that. So now we can extract that field name. Yeah, and we're gonna wanna. This isn't gonna be. I think this is gonna be a JSON element. A JSON element. Let's see. So now we have that part. We have the name. Now we need to get the value. Well, now that we have a quote, we know we're gonna have a colon and then the value and then a comma. So string parsing is always tedious, man. I'm not sure how I want to do this now. Maybe I want to do this differently. Nah, let's continue. Let's just get through this here. I'm just thinking if I could do it a little bit differently, where I'm just reading one character at a time. I'm just thinking edge cases, like the fucking commas and stuff inside of a string. That's what I'm thinking of right now. Yeah, brief pause. Okay, so. There's two ways you can do it. You can do it like the SAX API for like XML. You keep track of what you're doing, or you can just have recursive function. I think I want to do it in recursive function way, but so we know it's going to be quotes and then a colon. Right, once we get there, we know it's going to be quotes and then a colon. So let's just write here the name of the field. The name of the field is data.substring. We're going from start index, and the number of characters is whatever the index is, which is of the quote, minus the start index, right? That's the name, right? And then, I know you can't see what I'm looking at, but that's the name. That would be that. Then it's going to be a quote and then a colon. And then whatever after that, up until we get to a comma, that's the value. But there could be a comma inside of this string. So you have to be, can't just look out for a comma. So what we would then have to do is we would then say, okay, so the index is there. We would then say index. So is the comma, so then +1, +2, actually +3 is the new index. Or no, +2. +1 takes you to the colon, +2 takes you to the beginning of the value. Right? Now we're at the beginning of the value. So we're going to say start index is that index. So this is, we remember where we are at the beginning of the value. Now we just have to read up to the end of the value. So, okay, here's the thing. If the value starts with quotes, it's a string. If it doesn't start with quotes, then and this is gonna get complicated real fast. If it starts with quotes, it's a string. So then we just keep reading until we see an end quote. If not, so if it's a number, we just keep reading until you get to a comma, right? So start index is there, and then if data at that index, if it's a quote, then you're in a string. So, okay, I think what we'd say here is in string is string, and is string is just that. So if that's the case, then we're in a string. Okay. So if that index, right, increment it again, right? So if it's a quote, then the value is a string. If it's not, then it's not, right? And then we increment the index to the next value, right? And so we're gonna do this while loop again. So if data at that index, we have to check a few things. If it's a string, so if it's a string, and what we're looking at now is a quote, so it's the ending of the string, then we're done. And it's the ending of the string. Or if it's not a string and it's equal to a comma. Again, I'm assuming a lot of things here, but that's okay because it's my own library, right? It's my own client and backend. I'm always going to be just using non-formatted JSON. So, if that's not the case, wait, this is when we're done. So if it's a string and the data if it's a string and the data is not a quote, or if it's not a string and the data is not a comma. Otherwise, we break out. Now, we check, okay, if it's a string, then we broke out because we got to a quote. Because we got to a quote. Double quotes, right? If it's a string, we broke out because we got to a quote. So now we can extract the value. The value I'm just writing it out like this for now so I can easily debug it, but we can change it later. The value is data substring from, if it was a string, we don't go from the start index because the start index includes the quote. We don't want the quote. We go from the start index plus 1, right? Start index plus 1. How many characters? It's the index that we're at minus the start index. All right, the index that we're at minus the start index, which was actually the next character. So start index minus the start index minus 1. I think that's right. Else the value is, if it wasn't a string, again, I'm assuming just strings and ints and stuff. I'm not assuming lists or objects. So it's just from the start index and then the index minus the start index. Okay, another way we could do this is we could just say, if it's a string, okay, I'm just gonna do this. Start index. So it's a string if data at that index is a quote, and then yeah, this is what we're gonna do. The start index is equal to the index. Alright, so it's a string if data at that index. If it's a quote, then it's a string, right? And then the start index is that index. Start index is equal to that index, and then we check if is string. Then increment the start index. Let's just see. Then there's this JSON element thing, right? So let's just say so from JSON Oh, these aren't strings, these are characters. But then it interferes with the send here. So this would be the non-Venmir send. Yeah. And then I want to put a breakpoint here. Data. Okay. All right. Here's our data. Okay. Now, we start. Is it that? Yes, it is. What view am I in here? Threads. I'm looking at threads. Okay. I want this here. So, we're going to go through until we get the name. And the name is name. That's correct. Now we're going to check it's a string, yes, until we get to value. Value is, I don't want it to show threads. The value is, oh. Wait a minute. This is 9. Start index is 9. Right? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? It's here. The index that we're at is 8. How can we be at index 8? Oh, because we don't increment. I forgot to increment it again. So I'm checking if it's a quote, then it's a string. Start index is equal to the index that we're at, but if it's a string, we then increment it one more. Start index is equal to the index that we're at, and then increment the index. Boom. Values till. So we have the name and the value. Okay. That's our first one. And because it's a string, we know it ends with a quote, and then there's going to be a comma. Well, there may be a comma, or there may be nothing. So now what do we do? Now we need to check. Now I need to check. So we have this here. So we'd be able to put our key value pair into our mapping here of our value, right? So we have a value, right? Now after this, so we read a thing here. And now the index is at the quote here. So, or if it would be a different value like this, the index would be here. So we keep going until we see keep going until you see a comma, or because we're inside of an object, or a curly brace, right? Yes. Yes. So if we go to here, if it's a quote, we know where the end is, the end of the string. If it's not equal to, oh, hold on. No, if it's not a string and it's not equal to this, and it's not equal to this. If it's this or if it's that, we could be at the end. Then we break out, right? Either way, we're done. We extract the value. We have a new field. Now, if it's either going to be, our index is either going to be here, or if it's at the end, it's going to be there. Or if it's a string, our index is going to be here. So if it's a string, you just increment the index one more, which will either put you at a comma, or if it's at the end of the object, it'll put you there. So if is string, increment the index. And now we're at the point here where we would now check, okay. Well, what do we do here now? Well, we've read this, and so we would read this, and now our index is here. So now what do we do? Well, now we check. Is the index pointing to a comma? If so, there's more, so we continue. If it's equal to this, then we're done. So where we would just redo this again, right? I think all of this could be in a we can't actually do this. We can't actually do this because brief pause. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So to the end of the curly brace. Okay, so the index is either at the comma or the curly brace. So then we keep going and we read the next one. So this should be in a function. Yeah. No. This should be some function. So we know we're inside of an element. Then we read the element, and that will go and do that. So it reads that. Okay, it reads that. Right. So read element. Takes the data. The index. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have to fix that after. So read an element, we do this. Yeah, how am I gonna do this here? Read this element. You get to here. If it's the end of the element, then that's it. I think what we'd have to do is read an element, and then what that will do is take us to either a comma or a curly brace. If data at the index is equal to curly brace, then we're done. If not, we keep going. So read element. So while read element, and then we check no, I think we need to do so do, and then so do, so read element, so that will read an element, and then while data at index is not equal to an ending curly brace, we keep going. As long as it's not an ending curly brace, we keep going. But we keep going through. We read another element, so then we read, oh, but the index is here. So if it's not a curly brace, it's a comma. If it's a comma, then we go to the next. While data, if it's a curly brace, if it's not a curly brace, increment the index, do it again. We read this one, we read this one, we read this one. where are we storing this data is the question now. The fields are here. Just for now, just temporarily, I'm going to put that here. Fields. And then we need to do this. Let's see. Yeah, right. I didn't add a function name. Read element. Yeah. Okay. Start index is local. You can just have that here, and then fields. It should be this, and then we got right. We're gonna pass in fields here. So let's put a breakpoint. Run it. Okay. Yeah. So read an element. Now we have name till. Okay. We read another element. Okay. What's going on with that? Oh yeah. This is to be a reference to an index. This is to be a reference. Okay. So fields is that, and then we have, yeah, okay, that's right, is alive, true, that's right, and then it should get the age, yeah. Now it will fail at this part because not so. Okay, so if it's a string, if it's a boolean, if it's an integer, or even a double, it should work. Now we need to have the other two cases are sub objects, and then a list of objects. So let's go back here. Let's go back to main. Let's add another field here. Let's say current job. We'll add that in here. Title. Hours, I don't know. Okay. And now, okay, here's the thing is that you have to be careful. You need to go back and add this in here. So, actually, this is a good test of this here. So now we'd say, because this should, wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's right. What the fuck is this? I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh, okay. We need to modify it on the JavaScript version as well. So, no, that shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. Why is this? Oh boy. going on here? Is it the length is too long? Is that what's going on? What's happening here? Okay. Right, we got everything there. Current job, title, current job, hours, right? And then what's all this extra garbage in the back here? Okay, we actually have a bug in the socket data. Retrieval. Read access violation. So socket buffer index is 8 plus this crazy number. Why is this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why is the payload length? Okay. So come here, the payload length is 170 bytes. Should be 170 bytes on socket 1. Right. Payload length is 126. Okay, it's a bug with this here. We're finally getting to this point of the code. The length is 126, that's right. And so we have this extended, or not the extended payload, but a longer payload. Okay, here's the problem. So we have buffer 0 is giving us, buffer 1 gives us the payload length. Buffer 2. Okay. Yeah, so problem is buffer 2. Okay, I gotta go back and look at how this is supposed to work here. Because this is why it's crazy. Yeah. It's a 64-bit integer. This is a char. What is this? 0. Alright, okay, the size should be 170. Or should it? How is it getting 170 bytes received, right? So it's gotta be less than that. So this is 0. And then what's, so, okay. Minus 94. Okay. So, okay, let's go to this here. Okay. Ragnar. What are you doing there, Ragnar? Okay, here we go. Payload length. If it's 125 or less, then that's the length. You're done. If it's 126, go to step 2. Read the next 16 bits and interpret those as an unsigned integer. The next 2 bytes and interpret those as an unsigned integer. Why is that not working then? As an unsigned integer. Payload length, right? Yeah, it's 126, and so it's actually more than that. Why am I ending it with this here? Why am I doing that? Right, okay, because, yeah. Okay, the payload length is the end of that, right? Then we have the extended payload length. Which is, if payload length is 126 or 127. This is hard to read. Okay, hold on, Wikipedia. Socket. Okay, so here we go. So we have the payload length. And then we have the extended payload length, which is optional. Length of the payload data, 7 bytes. 7 bits. 7 bits. Okay, so that's what we're ending it with that. So we're extracting just those bits. That's our payload length. And that's right, that's 126. It's this that's wrong. So this whole thing is 4. This whole thing is 4 bytes. This whole thing is 4 bytes. Why is this not working? The problem is I never tested it with the 126 length payload. This is 0. The next 16 bits, which is 2 bytes. Yeah, which should be buffer 2 and buffer 3. This is a crazy number. And this is minus 94 as a char. What if I... What if I cast it to a UIN32T? That's still not right though. This number should be less than 170. The whole size of the package is 100. Wait a minute, how did this work then? If we had 474 bytes of data. Right, because we weren't doing this. Okay, so now we have 170 bytes. Shit, I'm not sure why this is doing this here. Um, 30-bit integers. What's that? Right, it's minus 94. What if I say unsigned char? Oh, okay. Why is that conversion not working when I do unsigned 32? Okay, so we take this, cast it to an unsigned. I think this will work. Cast it to an unsigned. Let's see here. We need to take this and cast it to a, well, it's an uint8t, right? That's what this really is. And then this should be the same. So, shit, am I doing that elsewhere? Because that could be a bit of a problem. Cast it to a char. Hopefully that's not happening elsewhere, because that could be a problem. Okay. Cast that. No. Cast this to a uint. Unsigned byte. Bit shifted, or it with this. I think that's right. It's a bit strange to me that I have to do that, but yeah. Now the length is 162, which makes sense. It's just weird that I have to do that. I get, because it's a signed char. Yeah. Let's keep going. Okay, so that's actually a bug. That's actually a bug in the... No, it's still in Fenrir. Okay. Okay, so what were we testing here? We were testing if we have an object inside of that, how are we going to handle that? Okay. So, how are we going to handle that is... read an element. Now, if it's a string, we know it's a string. Hold on, I gotta rerun this. If it's a string, we know it's a string. If it starts with this, then it's an object. So then you just go from there, from where we were at, basically. So if it starts with a string, then it's a... Okay, so we can... Okay. If that's the case, is string, then we do this. And then we increment the start index by 2. Right? Because it would be that. So then start index is now, I know the index plus 1. But the start index is the index. Increment the index to be the next one. So we're actually where we were at here, where we see, is this thing the beginning of an object? If so, then we're going to do this. So we have a map of key value pairs, and the value could be a primitive type, or the value is either a string, or the value is itself a map. Or a vector, a list of, again, maps. I think we need to go ahead and in here put in I think we need to go ahead and do struct JSON element. We have JSON element, a JSON or JSON object, or is it really an element? You have an object, an array. Yeah. So you have a JSON object. You have a JSON object. And you have a JSON array. So a JSON object. I don't know. Maybe we don't need to do this. I don't know. So if that index is that, then it's a string, and so we can just do this. Extract. It's a string or value. We extract for that. We're done. I think we will do a check then. If data at that index is equal to this, then we're dealing with something else. Otherwise, we check if that's the case, then it's a string, or it's not, it's a value. And we do this. Now, if it's equal to that, so the index is that, then we're going to increment the index, and then we're going to want to say read while we're going through this whole process. We're going to go through this whole process here, where we're going to say read element, we have the data, there's the index. Now, if the tricky part is the fields. So we have fields, okay, so key value pairs, that's fine. Now once we get to here, we have the name, but we need to know the actual field. Well, the field itself will be, the value will be a map. So we would actually say fields, the name. I think that will insert a new unordered map. here is a field's name equals object fields, I don't know, child, value, value fields. Yeah, I don't know. So we'd have see, I know this isn't the best way to do this, but for now this is fine. Read elements, and now here we have value fields. We're gonna fill those fields up, and then that's gonna be or we might even be able to just do this fields name. That might be an easier way to do that. No, you can't. Okay, no, you can't do that. Why? I think because it's okay. Field name. No, because no, that's not gonna work because I'm assuming that fields are just a mapping of string in that, but it's not. So again, I think we have to come back to here. We have a JSON object. And then the object, a JSON object has an order map of string to JSON object. JSON element. So you have a map of string to JSON element, and then an array, and then you have a JSON, right? Right. So this. These are both JSON elements, right? So you have a JSON element. Yeah, I don't like having to create this map, but I'm never gonna have huge data inputs, so it's not a big deal. So JSON object, so it's an unknown map of string to the element. And an array is a vector of JSON. An array has elements in the array so that you can have Yeah. String to JSON. I don't know how I'm gonna even want to access that because yeah, if we get this, we're gonna want to say from JSON. So familiar from JSON, and it's going to return it's going to return JSON element. Let's say you have a JSON element. How do you person pass in a JSON element to the from JSON for the person? We know that this element is object. We get up here and we get up here. We'll know it's a JSON object, in which case we can just get them by key values, and then for current job we would say get that, and then that element treat it as an object, and then for this we would say treat it as a JSON array. I think that's how it's gonna work. There's still a lot to do here. So how is this? Well, we're reading an element, so we would want an element here. JSON. This is an object. Read element. Okay, brief pause. Okay, back. So we're reading an object. Is that what we have down here? Read object. What do we have? JSON object. Right. So read object, and then we don't read it as we normally do. Is that right? Is that right? So read object starting at that index. So if you here read object, it takes a JSON object. So okay. So from JSON takes data. Well, what does this return, right? I think we should pass this in as JSON object. So or JSON element. So from JSON, the data, and it gives you a JSON element, which is either an object, could be an array, right? So, so this is the element, the root element, Yeah, maybe not. I'm gonna have to copy a bunch of data. We'll start with this, but I don't really like this, but we'll start with this. Because the thing is, so yeah. I don't really like this, but okay, let's say we do it like this, then we need to have a root. So if it's this, then let's just assume you don't send back an array. It always has to be an object. Let's just assume that. So from JSON, and you have a JSON object. Actually, in this case, you could actually do that. You have the object, then it should start with that. So I'm gonna assume it starts with that. So there isn't even a check. Or we could do so if this is the case, I would print f invalid JSON data. So it's invalid, so it should be just an object anyway. So read object data at the index, where index is at 0. And then we pass in the object. So this is the object we're going to read into, right? JSON object. So when we say fields, it's actually object dot elements. If it starts in, it's another JSON object. I'm not happy with the way I'm doing this here. So read that object. here, right? So object, right? Object. Okay, now what happens if it's a value? That's the thing, I'm not happy with how this is. I think I'm gonna change this. So you have a JSON object, you have a JSON array, and a JSON element. Value is that. Yeah. That's valid. And then we just have to change this. So now it's okay, that runs. Here, so we come in. It's an object. Come in. Is name. So we have is a live name current job. Current job. Second is it doesn't show. It's a JSON element, so we don't know anything about it. Okay, but we're reading up to all that, so we have all that information. What's left is, so that works for elements, and then if you sub objects, that could work. So technically what's left is an array. So read an object, so we have the object, we have all that stuff. Now if it starts with that, okay, then else if it starts with this, then it's an array. So now you do increment the index. Is it array reserved keyword? No. So JSON array. Now what do we do with an array? So this, well, next thing could be the array could contain arrays, it could contain objects, could contain literal values. So, well, then we would say object elements equals to this array. So how do we read that? How do we read that? Because it's going to be an array of, if we read that, then you're going to read whatever it is up until you get to a comma. Could just be a string though. Well, so you check. Let's run it again. So we're reading all of this, we're reading all of this, then current job, we're reading all of this, I think. It's correct. And then when we read this, it starts with that, so it's an array. And then, so you start reading from here, and it's the same thing, isn't it? It's either going to be an object, or it's a string, or it's value. So if it starts with that, it's the same thing, right? I think we're just doing the same thing as essentially here. Right? Doing the same thing as essentially right here, where we're checking. I think it's the same thing, right? Like literally, it's this. Right? Right? We then check, okay, is it this? If so, it's an object, so then read an object. This is your object. And it's an object, so then you say array dot elements dot goes back. This isn't gonna work. No, it's gonna have to have pointer. Yeah. not worried about performance and memory because I'm not dealing with a huge amount of data. It's a fairly small amount of data. I think I'm gonna change it. Like I think I want to change it to be like this. So a JSON element can be any of the following, right? It can be right. So this yeah. So JSON element can have a value, or it can have elements, fields, or maybe element map, maybe element list, or element map, element value, element map, element array. JSON element value, or it can have fields, or it can have dot value, dot fields, or dot elements. Because it could be that's how I'm gonna go with it. So read object. just a value. Element dot fields. I think you can just do this, dot fields, dot value equals. You can do that. If you can do that. And then if you have it's an object. Oh, so this thing is an object, so we're gonna say read element. You just say so element dot fields. I think you can do this, right? You'll add that name that gives you an element. Then that's the element that you use. That, and you say no, it's still fields. It's still fields. It's just gets into this kind of nested thing here, which I know is a bit, it's a bit messy. What's this? I don't know what that is. So can you do that? I think you can. Okay, I think you can. So it's an array now. This is a new element. And this element here is going to represent the array. So if you look at the first thing now, and then the first thing is if it's an object, then we're going to here we're going to say while data at the particular index is not equal to that, we keep going, right? Alright, so increment the index. While it's not equal to this, we keep going. Right? Well, what do we do here? Well, thing is, what we do here is we're actually checking basically this. Essentially, we're checking that, right? We're checking if, yeah, we're gonna have to have a function here because this is gonna become recursive. So if you read an element, if you're reading an element, then it's really an object. I'm gonna rename this. It's really an object, right? So it's really an object, right? Read object. So you're reading an object. So an object can have fields, right? So that we have to extract the name and then set the name in here. And then there's another similar thing, which is there's another similar thing. So read object. So you want to read everything in an object. So you're in an object. So you want to read everything inside of an object. And then this is read array. Read array element. The names aren't great. And it takes a JSON element, but this isn't an element, so this is an array, right? So what does this do? Right, so we come up here, and then we come up here, and so what do? We would then say read array. Read array element. No, I think it has to be read array. And the thing is, so you read an object, right, and then so yeah, so like this here, I think would be object, right? It's an object. You're reading an object, and if it starts with that, this is an array. So increment the index. Read array. So object fields, so that gives you an element, but this is really an array. And then what we're doing, we're reading an array. Reading an array. Yeah. So read array. Here's the index, and then so if it's that, maybe we don't even do that. just take this as an array, so just read an array data. Index, and then an array. Read array, right? What does read array do? The first thing we do, increment the index, because we're here, increment the index, and then we start. Now here we don't have to do this, right? We don't need to know any of that. Read array just does this. So increment the index and then check, okay, now is it this? Then it's an object. If it's this, then it's another array. Right? So if it's another array, what do we do? Well, these things are going to be added to this array, right? So in this case, it's an array. So you say array dot elements dot inplace back. It gives you a new JSON element, right? So this array elements in place back a new JSON element, which is itself an array, and then I think you say read array data index, and then read that into this array, right? Right. So if you see that read array, that gives you that. If it's this, it's a string. So you do this. Is it a string or not? Alright, just redetermine this. If it's a string and you hit another quote, that's the end of the string. If it's not a string, it's data, then if we hit a comma or it should be is equal to n is not equal to this, n is not equal to this, and data is not equal to this. Keep going, otherwise do that. Now here we're not going to say object fields. Here we're still going to grab that value, but now it's not object fields that value. It's now array dot elements dot inplace back. Value dot value is equal to this. JSON element. So it's just a value, and then we do this. So this is reading an array. So it will just read everything in an array. So it knows you're in an array, so it will start by doing that, and then we check, is it an array, is it an object, and then if it's this, it's an object. I think we should change this too to read objects, just read everything in object. We shouldn't do this. Yeah, we shouldn't do this. Instead we should just have a function, read object. Say array.elements.instance back. And so add this new element, and then we're gonna populate it here by reading everything in. Yeah, we're gonna read it. That's that. So this, I think. Data at the index is not equal to, because it's an array. So while we're not equal to that, we keep doing this. We just keep doing this until we read the entire array. Okay, yeah. We're back. So, okay, so where were we here? Big changes going on here. So read an array, the data index, it's an array. So we go through, we do all this. Okay, I think that's right. Now we need to change read object. Read object, right? So we're assuming it's an object here. What do? We're assuming that the index is at the open curly brace, so we increment the index, we move it by 1. And then we do things a bit differently. Why do we do things a bit differently again? Right, because we have to read, if it's an object, it's got fields with the name. So we do this to get the name of the field, and then we do this, and then we see where we're at. Right. Get the field name. Once we have the field name, then we look at this and we do the same thing. If it starts with this, then it's an object. So don't do. Actually, it would be the same as this, right? I think it'd be the same as this. Yeah. Right. This. Yeah. I think it's the same as that. So we just check, okay, if it starts with that, then okay, this is an object. So what's that going to be now? This is going to be object dot fields, and then we give it the name. Right. I think that'll work, and that gives us, it's an object, so we now have the object, and then we say read object, and we keep going from there. Wait a minute. We shouldn't return. We shouldn't return. This should not return. This should be continue. Right? We just continue. Same thing up here. We just continue, right? So, and we're gonna iterate, right? So, read an object, incremented by 1. That now puts us inside the object, and then we do this thing all over again. So the start index. So data, while data at that index is not equal to this, right? I think this is right. Right? Yeah, I think this is right. right? Give me the index, and then while what we're at is not equal to that, what do? Start index is the index that we're at, and then we get the name, do this. If it says that, then we get the object, read that as an object. And then continue. If it's this, then we're gonna say yeah, so object.fields, the name of the field, and this is an array. Make sure it is an array, and then we read an array. I think this is right, we'll see. If it's not either of these, then we check. If it's this, then okay, it's the beginning of a string. It's a very similar code as below. It's a string, and then the start index, do this. Now here we should actually check, so we're inside of an object, and it's not a string. Either we're gonna hit a comma, or we're gonna hit this, right? Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. Now this one, we're in an array. It's not an object, so it's a. It could be a string. It could be a string. It's not a string. It could just be like a boolean or an integer or a number or something. So we go until we see a comma. I don't think this is right. We see a comma if it's a string, if it's not a string, and if it's a comma, or well, it would never be this, right? It would never be this, right? It would never be that, comma, or if we see that. I think this is what it's actually supposed to be. Right, so read JSON. Okay, so we now have this here. The read object, and then we also have read array, and then read JSON will now be JSON element, but it's okay, we actually don't know. It's actually an element, we don't know what it is. Yeah. JSON element. Don't know what it is, because it could be an array or it could be an object. Don't need this anymore. We don't need to return that. So this is where it actually begins. We kind of have to do the same thing. So the index starts at 0, and then we check. We actually don't increment. If it's this, then it's an object. So actually, I don't think you need to do any of this here. Yeah, I don't think we need to do any of this here. We just, if that's the case, then we do basically what we were doing down here. Yeah. So, hold on a second. We check if it's this, then it's the beginning of an object. So we say element fields, in this case, element field name. Or no, so if it starts with that, then this is just an object, and this is the root object. So actually we don't do this. Element is an object, so read object. If it's this, the element is an array, read array. And if it's neither of these, invalid JSON data. And then we go to main. So now we have Fenrir, JSON element, JSON, from JSON. Okay, now let's see what's going on here. Things look okay. We're compiling, okay. We got our data here. And it starts with this, read object, okay. So we come in, we should get to here, we get the name. No, we don't get the name. So the start index is the index, right? While it's not equal to this, increment the index. Once it's equal to that, what's going on here? Why is the name empty? That's not right. Index is now 1. Data at 1 is a quote. Oh, right. That has to change because we used to increment it twice. We used to increment it twice. So we actually need to. So we increment it, we're now at the first thing, and now start index. If it's an object, the first thing we're gonna have here is we know it's gonna be a string, so we can just assume that it's a string. We know it's a string. So so we increment the index. Is that what we do? So we increment the index. Now you're there, and then you have start index. Yep, the name is now name. That's correct. It's neither of these, and we get to here, and now our object should have no value, no elements, but it should have one field, and it should be name is till. Right? Name is something with yeah, till. Now let's see what happens here now. Yeah, I knew that would break. Okay, so what we're doing, we come in here. We come in here, and then we check. So the index is now, we're at the, add a double quote. So we get all that, if it was a string, increment the index. So now we're past the double quote. So now you're at a comma or a closing bracket or curly brace. I mean, so if we come here, if it's a curly brace, we're done. If it's not a curly brace, then we're at a comma. So we need to increment it not by 1, but by 2. Not by 1, but by 2. So I think what we should do is, if it's a string, if it's not a string, we're at a comma, and then we're going to increment it by... Yeah, okay. If it's the curly brace, we don't do anything, that we're done. If it's a comma, it was a string, we were at that, so we increment by, okay, so you're either at a comma or an ending thing. And then what we need to do is we then need to check, well, if it wasn't at a curly brace, then we know it's going to be, we know we're at a comma. So if it wasn't at a curly brace, we know we're at a comma. So, okay, so here we, when we read the object, we're at the opening curly brace, incremented by 1 to put you at the first character inside the object. And then incremented by 1 because you know the first thing will be a quote. Now, if it's an object, it wasn't a curly brace, that means it was a comma. That means it was a comma. So we know we're at a comma here, except at the beginning. That's the thing. At the beginning, we're not at a comma. So I think what we can just do here is we can just say if data at that index is a comma, right? If it was a, if we're at a comma, if it's the first time you're not going to be a comma, we don't do anything. We just increment the index by 1. Right? If it's a comma, we increment it by 2. Increment it once here, and then we're going to increment it again there. Yeah. So let's just set a breakpoint here. Come back again. We have our object that. So we have one field, right? The name is till. Then we come in here. We should have the next name is alive. That's right, and that should be a Boolean value of true. So that should work out. Yes. Okay, what's next? We should come back here again. We have age. So for just basic fields, that's working. Now we get to the first thing, an actual object. So we get in here, current job, it's an object. We have this object. The name current job. We're gonna read the object. Wait a minute. When we read the object, once we get here, we know that we're at a curly brace. We should then go to the next thing, right? Because otherwise it's not gonna end properly. We know that we're at the end of the object. So just increment the index to put us to the next position in the string. Same thing here, right? Increment the index. Okay. Right. It's an object. In this object we have title, current job. Only two things, right? Yeah, title and hours. Okay, we already broke out of that one. So where are we at now? We got 4 fields. So we have is alive is true, name is Till, age is 78. Current job has 2 fields. So it's an object, title, current job, and hours. So reading an object looks correct. Now it's an array. I'm bold enough. Let's just see. Let's just set a breakpoint here. It should hit that. Break out of it. Okay. Did it do it properly? We have jobs, which is an array. That's correct. We have I think that's right. I think that's actually right. So this is our element. I'm gonna set a breakpoint here now. So we have we have is alive, name, age, current job, which is an object, right? And then jobs, which is an array, which I think is correct. Elements. Actually, jobs. Elements. Is that right? We have each one is has 2 fields. Okay, yeah, title and hours. What about this one? Job A, yeah, and then what happened to job B? Wait a minute, that's not right. There should only be 2. There's a bug there. Okay, that's a bug. So, okay, so this is good. This means that everything's going fine for the object, it looks like. But then when we read an array, that doesn't seem to be working as well. Right, okay. So it's an object. Yes. So read this object. See, look at what it does here. This object has 2 fields, right? Title, hours, that's correct. Oh, I think it's because we're now. I have to do the same thing here that I did. I have to do the same thing here that I did up here, right? Here we're checking if it's a comma. And I think we have to do the same here, right? Because the first time you come in, we increment it by 1 so that you're inside the array. But then when you come here, when you get to the end at 25 here, when you get to the end here, the index is going to be at it's going to be at a comma. So no. I thought everything was good. It's a good thing I actually dug a bit deeper there, because it turns out it actually wasn't working right. So we have 2 elements. That's correct. One of them has 2 fields. Yes, that's correct. And then the other one has 2 fields. I think we're good to go. Okay, I think we're good to go. So we're now parsing the JSON into a map, right? So into a map from JSON there. Yeah. So what we do is we do that from JSON, the data, and you get the JSON element. So now what do you do? So let's actually create this struct instance, and let's see if it's populating it correctly. So we have a person here, and then how would we do this? Well, we would just have to call our JSON method. So like I think we'd say from JSON, and it takes JSON, and then you pass it a person. I think that's all we do, right? And then if we go up here, if we go up to here, where we said to JSON, so we took a person and JSON, wrote it out. Here it's going to be from JSON. It takes a JSON element. It's a bit confusing. I might change the names here because we're calling 2 things JSON. So to JSON and it takes JSON. It's kind of weird. To JSON, yeah. From JSON. Okay. So what do? We need the person's name. How do we do that? How do we get the person's name? Well, I know that this JSON element is actually an object, right? And so I know it's actually an object, so I would actually name this maybe JSON object. I don't know, maybe JSON dot fields name. Now, okay, so there's a whole thing here. What if the name's not there? I'm, again, for now going to assume that everything's going to be, all the JSON's going to be correct. So JSON dot fields. I think I'm going to have helper functions for this in Fenrir. So I want to say, here's the JSON, here's the name. Get me this field. So for example, JSON field, it takes a JSON element, and then we need the name of the field, I think we would do this here. So we would say element dot fields dot find, get the field by that name. If it's not equal to, okay, we could say if it doesn't find the field for now, I'm just not going to do anything, right? If it doesn't find the field, it doesn't find it. If it finds the field, then element dot, then you get the field. That's the field, which is a string. So then we would want to say JSON field. And you pass in the value of the field, and then you type T. I'm going to start naming these static. Things that are meant to only be used internally here, I'm just going to say static. Static JSON field. The value, and then subtype. Not subtype T. So this is the value we're actually passing in. So then we would say value is equal just to value. In that case, it's pretty simple, right? The value is just equal to the value. Boolean value, then we would say value is equal to, what do? Well, we check if the value is equal to true. I'm just going to do it with this so it's a bit easier to read. If the value is true, then the value is true, otherwise we say it's false. So how do we do this? We need to convert a string to an int. And I don't remember how to do that. Okay, yeah, I've used it. So going to std string to I. Okay. Let's see if that works. I'm assuming there's one for a double as well. String to double. So if we have string, we have boolean, we have an int, and then we have a double, right? So now I'm gonna do this. Go down to Oh, I don't even have a type. We can do this. Hold on. Yeah. Boom. Okay. Now that we have this, now that we have this, yeah. I could instead just say like JSON field. I guess that's good. So now what we could do, now what we can do is when we get to here, instead of doing it this way, we could say Fenrir JSON field. You pass in the JSON, the name of the field, and then you just say this, right? And that should populate that. Let's see if that's actually happening. So now if it doesn't exist, then it's not going to crash. So we have all of these. Okay, so then we have is alive. That's is. Oh. That's is alive. Broke my naming convention already. So these should be fine. Now the trickier parts. Actually, let's just get rid of these and let's just see if this works. What's the problem? What? Second. Oh, this is a pointer, right? Yeah. None of the 4 overloads could convert all the argument types. Really? For which one? We have a string, a bool, and an int. None of the 4 overloads could convert all of the argument types. This is, again, it would be nice if C++ gave me a little bit more information to go on, like which type is it actually. Is it that I don't have them specified up here? No, I have them. it's a string. If I have to, I'll be explicit. I'll say like JSON int or JSON. But I think it will know by it will know based on the arguments I'm passing, so the type here is a bool, right? Based on a field, reference to a bool. Yeah. What's the problem here? We're so close. We're so close. We do this, and then we can do the actually, we're very close here. So I wonder what that value is. I'm just curious. I'm gonna it's just with anything, it doesn't work. If a reference to a boolean is a reference to a boolean. I'm not sure why this isn't working. Yeah. I'm not sure why that's happening. Not because of this position, is it? None of the four overloads could convert all the argument types. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. Well, let's do it a little bit differently then. Let's do this. JSON field, it's everyone's gonna have to do this. JSON element. And then this is gonna be the name, right? And then a string value, that's the element. So we're gonna have to actually get our field. So we're gonna have to do this every time. I could have a method do this, but yeah, I'll just do this. So we do this, and then if this is the case, the value is just equal to, well, in this case, it's just the string itself, right? So if it's a string, we do that. Okay. Yeah. This is just going to be deleted. Right? We don't need that. Don't need that. All right, so we do this. Instead of value, it's just this. JSON field. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, what's going on here? Field, what is a field? Oh. Damn. Because I think I've already saved this buffer, I can't undo. Yeah, I can't undo what I did there. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but I mean, it's not that big of a difference. Yeah, it's not that big of a difference. Okay, so the difference is that, okay, so the second is actually a JSON element, and now we're assuming that it's we're assuming it's a value here, a value element. So we'd say dot value, right? So we'd say yeah. So we'd say that. Okay. We are compiling. Does the person have the right fields? true 78. That's all good. So till true 78. Boom. Now let's add the other stuff. So we're also going to want to what just happened? I did something. I fucked something up majorly. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. That's interesting. It's weird. You do this. No, you can't. Okay. So we do this. Now what are we going to want to do here? Well, we're going to want to have another whole method here from JSON. It's a JSON element. And it's going to be a job. Right? And what does a job have? A title and hours. Okay. So and you know what? It's kind of better this way. If I can avoid using templates, I do. I'd rather not use templates if I don't have to. And the reason for that is that it makes debugging a lot easier if you know how to use templates. So how do we get this though? Well, we're gonna want to say Fenrir. So we're gonna say from JSON. We need the JSON element of that. So we're gonna want to say JSON field. It's going to be current job, and we're going to put that in person.current job, right? So we just need to implement this JSON field thing, and that will give us that element. So actually, these aren't static anymore. This is why I switched to Vim, because I can just do this kind of stuff. And yeah, yes, JSON field. So there's a JSON element, the field name, and we can just pass references to these things because we're not modifying this map anymore. We're not modifying the map or the array. So we can pass in references or whatever, right? So JSON field, it's going to be the same thing. We're going to find the field by the name, and if we find it, so I think this is actually going to be JSON element reference, right? It's going to return a reference to a JSON element, right? And that reference, yeah, but what if it doesn't find the element? Well, then you have a problem. So we could either pass in a reference as a parameter, but then it's not as Not as concise. Two ways I could do it. I could have a pointer, I could pass a pointer back, but it's going to be kind of annoying because the thing is, most of the time, like we know what we're doing. So most of the time when we say, you know, get these things, they're going to be there. So the way I've got it right here, I mean, ignoring these Fenrir namespace, being explicit about the namespace here, ignoring that, it's actually very nice. So just get the field current job. I know the field's there, and then from JSON, and give me that object. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to dereference the pointer anyway, which will fail anyway if it's null. I mean, okay, we can do that. So we just dereference it, and if it's null, you're gonna have an error. So you're assuming that it's not there. And we could do it this way. That way, maybe you could do some stuff where you check, you know, does it have this field? Yeah, we could check, does it have this field this way? Then again, I could just have a function that just tells you if it has this field. So yeah, I'm not sure how I want to do this. We got options here. What's going to be nicer to work with? Like, obviously this is nicer to work with, right? I can just do that. Okay, what I'll do is this. I'm gonna assume that it's there, and we can always have a function to check if it's there or not. But it's gonna return a reference, and so if this is the case, it's gonna return this, right? And if it's not the case, how does it just fail? I mean, what I'm thinking is I have this JSON null element, JSON empty element. It just returns this, a reference to this, and this will just be it's a JSON element, and it's just JSON empty element. There's just nothing in it, right? Problem is, this is a const, and I'm referencing a const now. It's not going to want you to do that, and now everywhere is going to complain about const. Yeah. I use const, as you can tell, I use it sparingly because it just gets it becomes a nightmare. You can just get into a point where you want to do something, you can't do it because it's const, and you're just fucked. So you end up having to go through and remove it everywhere. Like, it's your own code. You should be able to make changes to your own code. And const, I find, inhibits that. And I understand you gotta do it for safety, yeah, but I'm not on a production team with 18 people here. It's just myself, so I don't know. I kind of trust myself, so we can do this. I'm just thinking if I should just do this or just return a pointer. Because it's just kind of weird. Whenever you're doing something kind of weird, you know you're probably doing it wrong. And this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird. And if I'd rather do something that's a bit more verbose than something that's weird. I don't want to do weird things just to make it concise. So I think I might do this. So JSON field, it returns a pointer to that field. And then don't need that. Yeah, I'd rather do this than do something weird. So, I mean, not a big deal. We just do this. It's a pointer to a field, so dereference it. Okay. So, we should be good to go. Oh, I'm not passing in the actual JSON here. That's right. We're sending the information here. It's correct. Boom. Send. Come back here. Person. We have the name is alive, the age, and then the current job. We have the title, and then we have hours. That's wrong, right? Is it? Oh, no. 124.53. Okay. Current job. Yeah, 124.53. Okay, so we can parse just regular fields, and now we can parse an object. So we just get that field, current job, dereference it, and then boom, there's that. Now here's a last thing here. Here's another one. Jobs. Person.jobs. So this is going to be. We already have from JSON, right? It takes an element and then it gives you the job, right? So how is this going to work? How is this going to work? Same thing, get the field. I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try something that I think will work. It's going to be a template. It's going to return a pointer. JSON field. No, not JSON field. We get the field already. That's fine. Hold on a second. So we get the field jobs. Okay, that's already fine. And then what we want to say is from JSON, and it's this. Okay, so it's from JSON we want to change. So it's actually from JSON. From JSON. Okay. takes a JSON element, which we know is an array. You could call it an array. I was gonna say element. From JSON, and then so we already have an element, and wait a minute. Okay, so we have an element, and this element is an array. So from JSON, you pass this thing in, and then we're gonna pass in a vector of type T. And those are your values, right? So you pass this in, it's a vector type 2. We want to populate this vector values with the values inside of this element, and this element is an array, right? You treat this as an array. So how do we do this? Well, we could just say for JSON element E in element.elements. Right? If it doesn't have any, it doesn't have any. If it wasn't really an array, it doesn't have anything, then we don't do anything. But so we take and go through all of the JSON elements inside of this array, and then for each one we say from JSON the element, and then the value that it's going to be populated in, which I don't think I can do this because I think that's const. Or there might be another reason why you can't do that. Okay. Now the thing is here, obviously, it doesn't know what from JSON is, right? But I think that's going to be okay. Well, we'll see. If not, it's going to be a bit, oh, okay. Okay. So, what do we have here? We got the person. We have 2 jobs. Title 40. 20 point, so 40.29, 20.55. Is that right? What do we start off with? It's right here, right? 40.3, so 40.29, okay. And then 20.56. Boom. So, we can now send JSON out. We can send JSON data out. And we do it as simply as this, right? Let me just double check this here. We're good to go, right? Yeah, it's a bit of a pain. I mean, you specify your data structures, and then you have to specify these methods for each one, but that's not that much to do. And for what I'm going to be doing, it's not going to be that much. It's not going to be that crazy. Oh, wait a minute. I could actually simplify this. So for example, for this one, this from JSON method could just take the JSON jobs I think these should all be from JSON. From JSON, so the JSON element, the name of the field, and then the value we're putting in, right? So from JSON, so this, and then no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Right, from JSON, the name of the field, and then that, right? And then here you could do the same. From JSON, we wouldn't even need any of this, right? We can just do this directly, can't we? Right? Can't we just do this directly? I think we can. I think we can. Here we have our vector here from JSON. Takes in the JSON element. All we have to add in here now is the name of the field. We have to do this same thing again. Again, I could have a method that gets that for me. I have to check if it was present or not. So I'm fine with just having it like this for now. So get the name. If it's there, right? If it's there, then wait a minute. Wait a minute, what did I do there? If it's there, then we go through element fields, find it, you get that iterator. If iterator is not equal to the end, then this thing here is the element, right? We do this, go through each one, and then we do that. Right, if it's there. We don't even need we don't even need this, right? We don't even need this. And instead of JSON field, so these would all be from JSON. This is a small thing, right? Yeah. So I'll just do this. So that's that. Yeah, so from JSON, we do all this, okay. And then, okay. From JSON. Yeah, and then this, we don't need this either, right? Right? So from JSON, so we have to JSON, and then we have from JSON. So this one has to change then, because this is an object. So this I probably shouldn't have deleted that method. I shouldn't have deleted that method, but so it's this, right? From JSON, we do this. Same thing as this as well. Right? Get the element. If we actually find it, then it's a bit different. So if we actually find it, then what do we do? Then we say from JSON, this guy, and it's just going to be the value. T. Yeah, I think so. I think so. So, what are we looking at in terms of time here? Okay. I think that's right. We'll let Visual Studio settle itself here, and I think it's good. I think it's good. Let's test that again. If so, we found an even better solution here. Name, okay, that's all good. Current job, yep, title and hours, and then we have 2 jobs, and boom. Boom. So that's where we're at now. That's where we're at, right? It's that easy, right? You just do this. Now, this, I'm wondering if we should just replace all these steps, because when we get this data, it's actually going to be in packets, and all the structs will derive from the packet struct, right? So we'll have the packet type, which makes me realize that that's going to be trickier than I thought. I'm just wondering if we could just have all this in just one method, just from JSON, and you just pass in the data, and then that's it, right? It will do all the conversion stuff, and then we don't have to do this, right? What if we just have this, right? Data, right? So from JSON, boom, into an. Well, that's the thing. So if we do that, I don't think we can do this, because we have to do this. That way we can then check because now we have access to the JSON element, the root. So I can then check, does it have this particular field, right? Does it have a field packet type? Or it will for sure. So I can grab that packet type field, and then once I have that packet type field, I now know what struct it is, and so I can then do this and say from JSON and know exactly which struct which struct it's coming from. And then we read it that way. So unfortunately, I think we actually have to do this here. But I'm happy with that. So we now have reading and then writing JSON. So the server can handle reading JSON and writing JSON out. And then could we fix this? Send. Technically, I think we could, right? The send method could just say no, I kept it because I didn't want to have a template for everything. I think that's why I did that. Although we have a template for everything here. So, I mean, yeah, from JSON, this is going to be a template for everything here. But the send method, on a socket. Yeah, I don't want to template this out. So there it is, sending and receiving data, right? The client can get the data in JSON, and then we can send data back in JSON. Good to go. What's next? What's next is either going to be, what we still need to have working is, this is going to have to run on Linux. It's working fine on Windows. I have to get this code working on Linux, because ultimately I'm going to deploy this to a Linux server. So we need to get it working on Linux. Once we get it working on Linux, technically, I think Fenrir will be ready to go, and then I can actually start using it to do what I ultimately wanted to do, and that's replace my Node.js server with this Fenrir server to act as a backend for a game that I've already made, just a simple card game, an online card game. So that's what's next. Yes.